Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. As I try to get the right sound effect ready, which I should have had a minute ago. Oh, man.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
It's hump day! Happy Wednesday to everybody. Good to have you here. I am Recovery Addict. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Fellow addicts, please file in, take your seats. We do have a grand welcome for one particular addict who was here a little early. And that would be, if I can get everything working at the same time, it would be Golden Mom. There we go. Golden Mom, congratulations. You are a repeat offender and the winner of everything IP related. You have won the internet today. Congratulations on that. Appreciate being first in chat, breaking the ice and letting everybody in. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck with the internet. It's a big day. It's a big day. So, it weighs heavily on your shoulders. But thank you so much. We have another person as well to thank, first of all, and that's going to be Ann Shapee, who just got her 2-month mark, her Aqua courthouse. Thank you so much, Ann, for being a member. Appreciate that. And yet a third person. Oops, that's the wrong person. A third person is going to be here as well, and that is we have Weather Watch with us. We have Thomas all the way from Texas with us here. Thomas, you're up on screen, I think, if everything's working. And there's a good chance we can hear you as well, which would be like 2 for 2 for the morning. How's your Wednesday going?
Good morning. Happy hump day, everybody.
It's good to be here. Let's see. You're on here, and there's a weather map, which can only mean one thing, really. What do we have to look forward to or look out for today?
Yeah, I'm starting to realize I'm only here when it's bad news, unfortunately. So.
We're starting to associate this with you. It's like the Pavlovian response here. We're like, oh, great, he's back.
Right. So today and tomorrow, the Storm Prediction Center has put out an enhanced risk for severe weather. And for those of you that don't know, that is a 3 out of 5 risk. And unfortunately, this risk does include tornadoes. So if you see over here on the map, there's actually a low pressure system that's kind of hanging over the eastern side of Denver or Colorado that's going to shift throughout the day eastward. Then all the warm, moist air down in the Gulf of Mexico is going to be moving up into the United States. So later this afternoon, you're going to see some thunderstorms and convection kind of on the left side of that map that you're looking at with those outlined areas. The biggest concern tonight is that yellow and hatched area. That's the biggest risk for tornadoes. And unfortunately, that is going to be a nocturnal risk for those areas late tonight.
Those are the bad ones.
Which, as we know, yeah, that's always the worst case scenario. So if you're in those areas, again, remember, weather doesn't know those outlines. So if you're anywhere within those areas or close to, just make sure you're weather aware late this afternoon. And then again, especially into tonight as well.
So tell me the states that's covering here. We're looking for my old eyes here across the screen. Who's going to be affected? What states is this?
Yeah, so the biggest portion, or as far as the tornado area, that hatched area, you're going to see that's Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi are all kind of included in that little section. Expanding outward, we're hitting Texas, Louisiana, and things like that.
All the way into maybe West Virginia type area, or not quite that far east?
Yeah, not quite that far east. Okay. We're looking more so to Kentucky. So those outer edges and that kind of green area, that threat's going to be mostly thunderstorms. So you might see some hail and things like that.
Okay, so is this map here, is this where the end result's going to be after tonight, or is that where it sort of starts at the beginning of the night and then works its way east? That's what I was trying to get at.
Gotcha. So it's actually going to start this afternoon. Let me see if I can do. It's going to be starting in this area this afternoon. That's where we'll see some tornadoes, or not tornadoes, sorry, thunderstorms and some large hail. And then as we go late afternoon into the evening, it's all going to start heading its way this way. And so this is where the nighttime nocturnal area of tornadoes and stuff like that you might see.
Well, that's no fun for anybody down there. Please stay safe. Nighttime tornadoes, no good. Keep your weather radio charged and the alerts turned on. That would be the best thing to do, I think, in this case. And hopefully all the scattered ones are out in farmland. Obviously, it does damage anywhere it goes, but we hope that no property or people are injured by these.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so you don't have to have me come back again tomorrow morning, this is the outlook for tomorrow. So again, a much more broad area. But as that system kind of shuts down late tonight, we're going to see thunderstorms on the western side of this legend tomorrow morning. And then as the day progresses in the daytime heating, again, that hatched area you see there in Mississippi and Alabama, that's where the biggest tornado threat's going to be for tomorrow afternoon. So yet again,
so South Carolina is spared as far as the court is concerned. Probably not a direct impact on anything here. That's going to move probably northeast, over time.
Yep, so exactly. Court shall go on. As that system moves off to the north and the east, it's just going to end up turning into some rain, a potential thunderstorm here or there, but it'll weaken greatly after tomorrow night.
Good. Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Thomas, for being with us here this morning. We'll go ahead and let you get back to regular stuff in chat and your full-time job, which you do as well. So appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the quick update, and we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for keeping us safe.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Scott.
Yep. All right. So here we've got a couple things going on today. When we're talking about the court with Alex Murdaugh, there's a few big things. We said it was, we got.
Guess what today is?
It's Wednesday, right? Well, today it's hump day. It's also the day the doctor shows up. This is the retest day. The swabs will be out. Everyone's noses will be on parade, and we're going to find out who has COVID in the jury. If there are more members of the jury that have COVID or test positive for COVID, we may have a problem. We're already down. We've lost half our alternates already. 3 of them have been excused. There are only 3 left. So, yes, it's getting spicy, as Lane says. This is the good stuff. We are expecting the state to rest today, according to their original schedule. But then since they gave us that schedule, a couple other things happened, like GM came with a whole bunch of GPS documents and said, oh, by the way, here's all the info that you guys wanted for the last couple of years. It's here. We got it, and so that's there. We also have the state still has not presented their timeline witness, which we're supposed to have, that really just buttons everything down and puts it together and puts a bow on it for the jury so they can understand it, because they have not been allowed to take notes this whole time. So we've got just a couple things that need to happen. The timeline witness, the GPS. Are they going to bring in Cousin Eddie? That seems like a dangerous move for either side. You heard Dick Harpootlian say yesterday, I can't wait to cross him. I'm so excited to do this. I think he's bluffing. I honestly think he's bluffing, but he might win. This might be a bluff he wins, because he knows there's some things in there that the state just might not like. He knows that Cousin Eddie has all these different alibis, or I guess accounts of the story of how things went down and who did what and what he did and everything. That's just going to confuse the jury, and that is what the defense wants to do, is confuse the jury. So Harpootlian, I think he's bluffing. I think he honestly does not want this in. That's why they fought so hard to keep the roadside incident out of trial. That's why they made all these objections. That's why they argued so adamantly before the judge, saying, and Dick even went to the stretch to say where Creighton was sort of joking around and said, well, if the state will stipulate to the fact that Alex Murdaugh lies, we'd accept that type thing. And Dick said, we would do that if this doesn't come in. We would do that if this doesn't come in. And I think he would. I think they would stipulate to the fact that Alex Murdaugh lies. Guess what? It's not a surprise. The jury already knows that he lies. He's lied to a lot of people. Okay, so it wouldn't really be losing anything for the defense to say this, but they really don't want this in. So then you take that, and then you take Dick just moments later saying, "Well, I'm so excited. I'm going to be on cross for him. I'm so excited. I just can't wait to cross this guy." Yeah, he doesn't want it in. So I think he's bluffing. That's just the courtroom poker that I see going on there. So that'll be exciting to see what happens here. We've got some more decisions from the judge. I know the judge sort of made a ruling yesterday, and And that was regarding the roadside incident, the opioid use, and the alleged affair. Alleged affair is not coming in, but the other two were allowed in. But this morning, there's some more argument, and it might even tie back into this. And so I don't know, after the judges made the ruling, how he could reverse that ruling. But he might limit the scope, because Creighton didn't blow the doors open, even though the judge gave him permission. He didn't just go in there and hammer it to death. So they might limit it to what's already been in and allow it not to have much of a focus. Anyway, we'll see what happens. There's going to be, when trial starts, the jury's not going to be there till 10:30. So the first hour is just going to be the attorneys in the courtroom. I realize I've talked a whole bunch, and I have not done a roll call. Let me that puts me way behind. So let me quickly do a little bit of roll call here and catch up with you guys, because I hope you're here. It looks like a few of you are. Let's see. Golden Mom, obviously you have the internet today. Thank you so much. Jeannie Bailey, I see you there. Lane RN, it is getting spicy. Jenny says, did I call you Jenny or Jeannie? Sorry, Jenny. How can trial go on another week or two? Are other cases or trial continued? They would have to, Jenny. And the judge tries to work his schedule as much as possible. He doesn't want downtime. He wants the wheels of justice to continue turning for everyone who has a court date. But they're always balancing and shuffling things, and things move. We saw that in the Sarah Boone case, where her lawyer had another case that extended, and that caused her case to sort of have issues. So those sort of things happen. Amber just sent me a text. Basically saying I have to be careful using Dick Harpootlian's first name. So let's be careful. Cut the spicy jokes down just a little bit. KX Star, good morning. Ritz as well. Sharon McDonald, good hump day, everyone. Thanks. Who sent me the picture of the camel? That was super funny. Because with the
Guess what today is?
I'm not a camel.
The two sounds sort of go together. But if I forgot it was hump day, it is. We're halfway through the week. Let's see. Red Pen says, like number 5 today. Yesterday I was 3, getting closer to being the internet winner. You've got to be quick, Red Pen. You really do. You've got to be quick, almost anticipating when I put up the video placeholder. Good morning, all. Well, back to work, so you'll be on the big screen for the day. Have a great day, Maureen. Thank you so much. Glad to join you on the big screen. Red Pen, as despicable as AM is, I don't think the state has proven beyond a doubt that he himself did it. That means the defense has got an easy job to do, because I doubt the prosecution is going to prove this during the defense portion of the testimony, during the evidence portion that the defense puts on. They're not going to disprove their own case. So if you feel that way right now, and it doesn't change today, or basically till the end of the prosecution phase, odds are you would probably vote Red Pen for not guilty. Although the state is not doing well as I hoped, I'm leaning towards guilty based on all the lying and fraud. Feeling for the jury. Wow. Let's see. Mac is here a little bit. Good morning to you as well. Mutt, good morning. Good morning to you up there in Virginia. Hope you're doing well. What is the state for, or the date for Sarah Boone? It's mid-April, Lane. So even if this trial does push out another week, we're supposed to be done in about a week, in a few days, might be 2 weeks, depending on how things go. It still isn't going to interfere with Sarah Boone. But Sarah Boone's date could change as well. Currently, I think, you're right, 4/10. Mary Kay, that will be a good one. I cannot wait for that trial. That's going to be so much fun. My dog Murray says, not first. Does anyone know what charges Sarah Boone has? I've forgotten. It's, I think, a second-degree murder is what it is, and possibly another one. But it's not a death penalty case. You're right, Ritz. Sorry. I just have to read further. You guys answer all the questions. Watched Low Country on HBO. The last few days seems Alex and family were kings of the universe. How the mighty have fallen. Good morning, Tracy. Just missed 1 billion people on accident. So I'm scrolling back up. Sharon McDonald, Lane RN, Abby UK. Good morning, Abby. Good to have you here. I'm not sure which Abby, which Debbie. Sorry, I read Abby and said Debbie. Stephen Lee wants Debbie to reach out to him, and it's the Debbie that reached out to him previously. But I'm not sure if that's the creative bee or Debbie that won the rings early on in the early days. I'm not sure which Debbie it was that reached out to him. So if you're hearing this, Stephen Lee wants to get a hold of you. He just reached me last night to pass a message on. We'll give a shout out right now to JB up in Canada, about 150 miles north of Toronto, in the cold Arctic north. He is on balloon watch for us as he keeps his eye to the sky for anything else that might be drifting over the country and headed our way. We've had a few of those in the last few days. Let's see, Tony Fortune, good to have you here. Laura, the Dutch girl, hello everyone, hope you all have a great day or nice day from the Netherlands. Wonderful, thank you. Sarah Boone, second-degree murder, no regard for life in prison. That's like in the nutshell, Jenny. Basically, the entire thing. Just put suitcase in the middle, and I think you would sum up the entire case. Sandy Fields, good morning. Ritz, I have opinion that much of the stolen money went to bribes, and many of the recipients won't say a word. Unreal. I think Cousin Eddie has about $500,000 to account for. If he does take the stand, somebody's going to bring it up. Where did the money go, Eddie? What was it for? It wasn't all in drugs. That's a lot of opioids. I mean, that's truckloads of opioids. 18 in early chat this morning, only 4 likes. Let's smash the like button. I think that number has gone up considerably, Sharon, but thank you very much for that. Tar Healer's here. Denise as well. Good morning, Alex. Just finished my morning workout and shower. Now getting dressed for the work day. Work's here, but it's Wednesday, Denise, so that'll help. I'm shocked this channel has a limited following, but I will say that I like the intimate community we have here. It rocks. It is awesome. You guys, you are the best. I just want to, early on, just thank all of you for supporting me with memberships, for super chats, for just the super stickers. You guys are phenomenal. It means a ton to me and Mrs. R.A. and our whole family. It allows us to keep doing what we're doing. So thank you so much. You guys are wonderful. Tracy, Victoria S., good morning. 50-mile-per-hour winds in Chicago today. Brr, that is the windy city for sure. Golden Mom, who got you there. Keep an eye on the internet. JR's here. Victoria S., horse sheet and bananas. Happy hump day, fellow addicts. I'm not a camel. See, I want to say guilty of financials, but I have no solid proof he did the murders yet. Golden Mom, could you get to a guilty without solid proof? I mean, I think actually, I guess the question will be if you could look at the timeline and see how narrow the window was and how close he was to being there at the time. Could you... I think it would be easier to say he knew who did it if he wasn't the one who... Either he did it or he knew who did it. It might be harder to say he didn't know what was happening, looking at the timeline, even though I don't think there will be any proof. They would have presented it by now. Off topic, I'm looking forward to watching Sarah Boone trial. It seems like an open and shut case. I really hope she takes a stand. I want to see what that narcissist will say. I want to see her lawyer's face. First of all, that poor lawyer, he's probably going to quit, resign, turn in his bar card, and just be like, I'm done after this. But I want to see her lawyer's face when she says, yes, I'd like to testify. After he's like, don't do it, please don't do it. But she's going to be like, I want my story told, and you haven't told it the way I want it told. It's going to be just a circus. I think this jury will most likely be hung, says Mutt. See, Laura, Ritz, Mo Freedom, my thoughts and prayers go out to the people of East Palestine, Ohio. You're not alone in this, and we as Americans will demand answers from this government. Mo Freedom talking about the train wreck, both literally and figuratively, that occurred up there in Ohio with some toxic chemicals being exploded and burned with, and the pictures I'm seeing, I don't know the true scope, and I don't know how long it will be before we know the true scope of the impact from that. But you can't just dump toxins into the environment in a concentration like they did and expect everything to blow away with the wind. It's a bad situation. We'll keep an eye on that. Laura, toxic, little bit. Got to go faster here. I'm falling behind. Shells, Ritz, Tar Healers, sometimes Alias, never can catch them. The Kangaroos. You have to wonder, Alex allegedly hired someone to kill him so Buster could get the $10 million. I think I heard $12 million yesterday in life insurance. Could he have hired someone to kill Maggie and Paul showed up? Yes, but no at the same time. Could he have? Yes, but there was not a direct life insurance. There was no life insurance policy on Maggie or Paul that he would stand to benefit from. There was, estate deals that would have transferred to him, but even that, most of the property that she had, not all, but most of the property was pretty much fully leveraged. So basically someone else owned it, and they just maintained it and made payments. So Tux is going to sit on the fence until more evidence. Big hugs from Abby. Thank you, Abby. Appreciate that. Been lurking for a while in the middle of moving PC and lounge around. Take care. Don't get yourself hurt. Get some help if you need to move the heavy stuff, Abby. Ritz, I was trying to activate the cackle all day yesterday and nothing. Am I missing something? I might have accidentally left that turned off, Ritz. I think I've only got some of the basics, like Alex and lawsuit, turned on. Let me check the audio here. Oh, it was going the wrong place. Audio's fixed. Okay, JM, good morning. Sharon, Ritz, a little bit. Hip Hop Flip Flop, got you there. Let's see. TW, Marianne Malaro, good morning from Buffalo, New York. It's another chilly place. Let's see. Sharon McDonald, I need to move this keyboard. It's cramping my style. There we go. Okay, now I can move around in peace here. I also need water, so there's going to be an ASMR warning at some point. I've got the water bottle and I think I got a water. Yep, I got a water bottle. We're good to go. And I've got the red mug today. Let's see. Mary Murphy, Laura, I see you here just trying to catch up on the roll call. Linda, I see you from Colorado. Mary Murphy, got you again. Rachel Wood, good morning, friends. Good morning to you, Rachel. Alex Murdaugh stole it. KQD is here in the house. It's 23.7 degrees in the front yard with no new snow. That's good. I believe KQD, your yard is north facing, which means that the snow does not melt in the front yard as fast as in the backyard. Let's see. Red Pen, JK, good morning to you. Golden Girls here. Bite Me, good morning this wonderful Wednesday. Heather Barnett, good morning as well. Smash the like button, ring the bell. You guys are doing a great job with that. I appreciate that. Psychic, hello. I will say also, you guys have been amazing. As when you guys ring the bell, or not ring the bell, but when you guys click the like button and the subscribe button and show up and chat, it does feed the algorithm that brings more people in. And you guys have been amazing as new people have come in and just sort of welcomed them and everything. It's just been wonderful. So I appreciate you guys so much. Babs09X, good morning to you as well. Let's see, Heather Barnett finished my pickles yesterday, so I'm going to have to get a new jar this afternoon. It's an addiction, I admit. I'm sorry I got you all hooked on it, but they are so good. I am Ami008. It certainly is a great community. Thanks to RA and all you do. Thank you for being here, Ami008. It would not be the same without you. Let's see, just looking for who I missed. Dallas born, Boston bred. There you are. I realize some people are saying, you haven't called me. I've still got pages of chat to catch up on, so I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to get you all. Katrina, geez, you guys are morning people, aren't you? We are. It's a good morning. I'm just going to get court pulled up here because we've got about 8 minutes before it all starts. Just 1 second here. I have to be able to see my poor eyes here. Let's see. Let's do WLTX. Oh, that's a recap. Hang on. One moment. Wait for it. Okay, so they have not started their stream yet. They might be waiting until after the judge talks to the lawyers this morning. We'll get another alternate feed going. Okay. There's one. I'm going to grab another, and then we'll be all good. I'm going to shut down Zoom. That might help. All right. Let's see. Toxic Red Pen Bite Me, Heather Barnett, Rowdy, Linda LaFear, KQD, Izzy Watts, Heather on a Globe. And we saw you of the second month membership. Thank you so much, Ann. Katrina, it's Marissa. Happy hump day to you. Marilyn Skull. I just skipped a bunch of people again. This is a frustrating little tool I'm using. I mean, it works really well for some things and then awful for others. And it completely cleared the top of the screen. So we'll just go with what I've got. MB, I think financial crimes could make the jury think if he could do this, he could certainly do that. But it's not evidence he committed the murder. MB, you're right. But it might be enough to say that the circumstantial evidence I see has a lot of weight.
And now Murdaugh stole it.
Me, snow in Arizona. That would be awful. Maybe the high country. You got a little bit of skiing there in Arizona, don't you? Up in the mountains. Dutch Girl's here. Myra, I see you. You haven't said hi to me. I got you now. Oh, Weather Watch, you haven't said hi to me. Yeah, there he is. He caught you. He caught you long before I did. Lindsay Hendricks, Hannah, Chandra, Kevin, good morning to you. Samantha Terry, Need to Be Glamping is here. They're supposed to be retesting jury for COVID this morning as well. Yeah, so that's going to be fun. We'll probably hear the results, but if it's two or more that are out, there's no way this can go on. I mean, there is attrition. The judge says there's attrition from jurors as things go on. If you have any misconduct, if you have anybody who has a conflict or a family emergency, suddenly there's a mistrial, and we get to do this all over again. P. Cooper, Sunshine Sunflowers, good morning. Lynn C. Farah, Allie B. Mountain Mama, good morning. Miss Priss, Coop
Alex
is here. Can we just agree and call him Poot? We'll just call him Poot today. How about that? Or Pooter. That'll work. Alexis, do you think aliens are visiting? I've heard a lot of chatter about the UFOs lately. The first one was a balloon, but they didn't say the other ones were balloons. The next two, right? The next two have not been balloons. So we'll see. Wendy's here. Hannah, Lindsay Hendricks. Lily, good afternoon. What is going on with Judge Doro? Well, we've got the eye drop case happening up there right now, I think. I think that's the first day of trial up there. We'll try to keep an eye on that and maybe do an update in the evening on that one. Let's see. Tag, good morning, peeps. Still don't have your peeps for you. I'm sorry. But I have a new emoji. Did you find the new emoji? Calling me Abstract, Toxic Orchid, Izzy Watts, Lil Miss, Lynn C, Holly Henderson. Got my mug. Perfect time for Valentine's Day. So happy. Holly, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. What color did you get? Was it, I think you got the red one. I don't remember, though. Maggie Sale, you bums with the windy laddie. I can't do that very well. Sam Hogan came in his kilt. Love from Glasgow. Okay. I cannot fake that accent. I love it. I butchered it, and I'm sorry, but I love that you checked in from Glasgow. Thank you so much. First Lady's here, Rhonda as well. Nature's Empress. Let's see. I'm unmasked today, says Wendy. Calling me Abstract. Good morning. Thanks for all the texts. Calling me Abstract. Got some great pictures from you. G. Smith, not that late. Stephen Davey is here as well. Hello to you, Stephen. Welcome. Adam Nusky, by accident, not on accident. Not sure which one that was about, but we'll take it. Jim Bob as well, Balloon Watch. Yes, JB, says Izzy Watts. JB's up there. He's probably laughing and loving it right now. He loves the call-outs. Let's see. Coop, when's Koberger's next court date? Coop says, when's Koberger's next court date? Was it this summer? Well, he waived the right to a speedy preliminary hearing. And so basically his lawyer is doing a lot of research. Okay. Susie is here. Susie admitted to being an addict. Please welcome her to the group. Thank you so much, Susie. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome. This is a group of friends who will just wrap our arms around you, will hug you, and will never let you go. You can't leave. You belong here. Creative B is here. I didn't reach out to Mr. Lee. Must have been the other Debbie. Okay, Debbie, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here as well. Toxic Orchid, the giant rat that makes all the rules. Just read a certain book, and now whatever I see AM, I do a double take. Susan Bond, Weather Watch obviously was here. Holly Henderson, calling me Abstract. Clipson's Vixen, mods. Let's try to keep an eye on chat and try to keep those comments out as best as possible to protect the channel. Maybe post a reminder throughout the day. Yeah, I think you guys are pretty good. If you see anybody step out of line a little, we'll keep an eye on it. Eddie is where the money and is the money and the guns, says Eric. It's Yeah, I think he has a lot of answers. I think he knows a lot more than most people do about the situation. Turns out the balloons are actually weather balloons, says Jim Bob, and we just shot them down. I haven't heard the results on the search, but let's see. Your Twix moment emoji is with the others. Screenshot and zoom in. Now we can give Jim his Twix moment. I did. I made it a Twix moment. I even called it Twix. I'm not sure if I should or not, but see, Heather Barnett, Izzy, Linda, Rosie from Tucson sending hugs. Thank you very much, Rosie. Let's see. I know this isn't to me, but I want to listen in. Lindsay says to Calypso's Vixen, what did you make of the info bit about Alex giving $500,000 to CW, from CW to Curtis Eddy? I'm thinking between March and May when those checks were given. Yeah, that was for services rendered for something, or that was buying future services, one of the two. Kayla, good morning. I see you there. Donna Thompson. Okay, I think we're almost done because court's about to begin. I hope they stream it. I'm not seeing a feed yet. It's the only problem. Let's see. Trying to find an active feed from the courtroom, and nobody's got one. Oh, there we go. Got one right here. Still looking at the wall. Looks like we'll watch Fox 9 for just a little bit. Okay. All right, so audio's on from the courtroom right now, so we're not getting anything right now. What we'll hear as soon as the bailiff yells. I did check in. I watched a couple of the LawTube guys yesterday. Actually, I just watched Law and Lumber, which I really enjoy his show. And I did check in with Alex from the court, who was to get just his take on what's happening in court. Yesterday, Alex did a live stream. It's rare, or sorry, not Alex, but James from the court. I don't know why I said Alex. James from the court was doing a live stream yesterday. I watched that. He's a guy like me. He's just got a lot of interest in the court. Doesn't have his law degree, and it's fun to hear his take. And it's because it's like unbiased. He doesn't come at it with the education and the knowledge of the law school approach. It's just like an average person. So I love his take on some of the things. Some of those things I don't agree with him on, but it's pretty good. Kevin, people don't talk much about Alec being on the kennel video. Thoughts? Well, Kevin, the important part is that put him at the kennels when he said he wasn't there. Hotglobe says, what is this? That is you getting handed a candy bar, Richard. That's what it is. So apparently you need a Twix moment. Let's see. I think he hired a hit on them. When does Boone start? In April, but it might push, Rachel. March 13, I see you there. Saw a video that Shabusiness attacked her attorney in court yesterday. I watched that, Little Miss. I've had charging issues with my phone. Okay, I watched that little video. Shabusiness did it looked like she was trying to put her arms with the handcuffs over his head. I mean, that's from the brief bit I saw. She was trying to sort of wrap her cuffs around his neck, but he was able to dodge out of the way, and the court bailiff sort of just tackled her, and they cleared the courtroom and all. Did they include lesser includeds, or are they going straight for murder one? K-Frame, a.k.a. Christie, are you talking about this trial here? Because they're going for murder, but they're not doing, it's not a death penalty. The death penalty's off the table.
And Alec Murdaugh stole it.
Alex Murdaugh stole it. Agnes, I see you. Welcome. Georgia Culture as well. Turn in his bar card. Tag, Hip Hop, Ed. I know you're not following the Shabusiness trial, but did you see where the lawyer asked for the date to be extended, and she literally attacked the lawyer? I mean, a brutal attack. Okay, Ed, that was actually during a competency hearing. It's where they're actually trying to figure out if she's, all right in the head. So I'm not sure if that was staged or not, but yeah. The job of the prosecution is to remove all reasonable doubt as to guilt. If they do not, the jury should not convict. I agree, as long as it's reasonable. Some of the things that Harpootlian was saying yesterday, especially about the angle of the gunshot wound to Paul, that to me was not reasonable. That was not inducing doubt in my mind. The balloons are atmospheric testing and interference testing for systems like missiles, so the Chinese can figure out how much shielding and control needed for using missiles worldwide. Mountain Mama says, I was convinced yesterday when I heard the sister of Maggie, I bawled. That's what my brother would say about me. That was hard to watch, Mountain Mama. She basically, she's a spitting image of her sister, right? The two, they look like twins. I know they're like, 5 years apart, right? Now I'm pulling a Creighton. Well, I'm not sure if it was 5 or 7 years apart, but it was hard to watch, and they look almost identical, and it was a little creepy watching how Alec looked at her at the beginning. Okay, Veronica G. Smith, still nothing from court. It is 8:35. We're hoping that possibly they're doing the testing, the COVID testing first, but the jurors aren't going to be there till 10:30, so they can't do that right now. Discord has the video of Taylor Shabusiness doing the business on her lawyer, so you can watch that over there on Discord. Thank you for that, Toxic. We have a new emoji, but my eyes are too bad to see what it is, says Katrina. It's supposed to be two hands holding out a Twix bar. That's what it's supposed to be, or something very similar to a Twix bar. I like it. I think it might show up better if I had left the white background, but I did remove that, thinking it would match the other ones, and that sort of made it harder to see. TW just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, TW. Let me see if I scroll down far enough, I can see who received it, and it looks like it went to Sharon McDonald. Congratulations, Sharon McDonald, and thank you, TW, for your generous donation of a membership. Let's see, where are we at? Jay Breezy, Wallflower, Ed, DMB, Secondus. Oh, hey, we've got something from the court. Hang on. We have action. I'm late. I didn't finish roll call, and I apologize. There are a lot of you that I missed, and I'm sorry about that.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ready. Who's first?
Who's on first? Is that what he said?
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight. But any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct.
That was in the other trial. That wasn't in Alex Murdaugh's trial.
So
he did not have a voodoo.
I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case,
Your Honor, means it's all gets done again.
Intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, and why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true.
Alex Murdaugh
And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire, and with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice-looking, nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And, of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered. The community rallies. Everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him, but more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh, and they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about, and of course everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence, and it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marianne Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan, and again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in,
the family's not in court yet.
Story that Alex Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that, and then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that in fact what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
It sounds like a pretty strong argument. Let's see what Mr. Harper has.
The state, and we agree that State versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murders. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know if much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder, and yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this. If he's looking for a common scheme, that is, that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster, based on his theory, to distract. This isn't a distraction. This is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview, that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out.
We should hear that tape today.
This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis. And certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, I mean, his own statement would indicate it had nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted Sweat, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh, from Detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Maybe the drug.
I think he was overpaying.
But they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical Cartwright such situation, is what the defendant said about it.
These are opioids.
And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle, and that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection and the next is unmistakable.
This judge has an open door policy.
It's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing
really
here.
Does. It's going to
what I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
And Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded under the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's allowed in is motive. Why did he do it?
My ranch, it's a part-time senator position.
And I mean, it's just incredible. Because if
most of the senators have
you're going to hear
full-time
from
jobs.
One of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured, he had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, this was a scheme to draw up. No. If there was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
Your Honor, those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not...
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive.
Once he realizes
in other words,
he's
it's not a
still
scheme
alive.
that was concocted.
He thought he was dead when he told
at
that
any
story.
point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more toward common scheme or plan.
Which is allowed.
It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit violent acts,
which is character evidence,
which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far. Going down this path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm, and I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that
so no Cousin Eddie
would be admissible, perhaps, if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change. And who knows?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, he threw a bone to the defense. He knows they've already pre-written their appeal.
I think it was at 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30.
I said 10. Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
Okay, so now they've got half an hour.
I routinely underestimate the time, so the one time I overestimated.
His one mistake in life was right here.
The jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative, so we're in good shape with the jury.
So no COVID surprises today.
All right. Any other matters we need to discuss during this light time?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be,
End
he
of day.
thinks tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
I'm projecting maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts, and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of explosive. If he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we'd ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars of him have to come back the following Tuesday.
This is funny.
I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
It's not a big deal, but
within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Harpootlian has.
I just thought I ought to.
I think he's paying about $20,000 a week for the accommodations they're taking up near the courthouse.
Anything else? Then?
Very luxurious. And now he's like, I'm worried about the cost of a plane ticket. Brenda, I haven't heard how the cleanup of the train wreck is coming. I believe the fire is out. That burned for a long time, but it was mostly just a quick burn and then just a dump of pollutants into the air up there in Ohio. As we just sit here and watch.
Yeah, everything you're on.
All right, we'll take a recess then. for about 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or 37 minutes.
15, 20,
The
37.
jury
It's all the
is
same.
here, so if you all are ready to go, we can start before 10:30.
I mean, if they're all here, that's fine. If I could
do
maybe
it.
just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes, and then we can get started.
He doesn't need to reset because he was planning on getting.
We'll
all
take
the
about
evidence
15
in.
minutes
The way
then.
the judge had ruled last night was basically like the door is open. Creighton, come on in type thing, go wherever you want to go. But instead, now he's told that basically the judge say no more. We're not going to allow any more than we have already. I mean, they have the jury. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in Marion's testimony, didn't the jury hear from her that the roadside thing happens? That Creighton's. I was there. I didn't dream this, right? They heard that not Creighton, but that Jim called and told them that he had been shot, that Alex had been shot, that he had been fired from the firm that he was stealing, about the opioids. The jury knows these things. But at this point, the judge is saying, we're not going to go any further into this. Currently, as it stands right now, as Nicole pointed out here, let's see if the defense can avoid opening the door again like they have been the entire trial. Jim has, I think in Jim's mind, he didn't open the door. But the door swings on some greased hinges, and the slightest touch, this judge assumes that it's blown wide open. So we'll see if they cross into that again, because that would be interesting. It was fairly brief argument from both Putin and Creighton, or Poot. No, I can't say his name. Harpootlian and Creighton Waters. Because the courthouse has money lines, the courthouse money lines the solicitors' pockets. Let's see, they can't afford to fix the panel. Oh, the cracks in the panel. Yes, I've just tried not to look at them, Brooklyn. I just can't look at the cracks behind that on that wall. Money's on Jim stepping in his own poop again, and mention Curtis Eddie Smith yet again, and so I think that'll open the door again. I believe, Lindsay, if he does, even though that the judge has said he's not going to allow it in, I believe they will flirt with that line. And Jim, although he, in his questioning, I don't think he really opens the door with the question. The judge tends to believe that the answer that the witness gave opens the door, which I think it should be more the question. And then sort of rely on the attorney to sort of rein them in if they go off course. But anyway, the judge lets some in, and now lets no more in. Not expensive, considering he's paying $20,000 a week for a rental house for the plane ticket. The roadside killing was a financial motive. Who's the footwear expert? Michael Jordan. I was thinking a basketball player would be good, Jennifer. That's a great suggestion. I thought we were not using that name today. I'm trying to let's not do double entendre use of Mr. Harpootlian's first name. Okay, I think that's what YouTube's picking up on, and they don't like that. So let's see. The courthouse was built in 1820. I wonder if they need somebody to metal detect the property, because I know a guy that could help them out. But let's see. Could have built a house for that much. But they have a very nice house. I think it's on the water and everything. It's beautiful. Footwear expert, that's what he calls himself. Please refer to the defense by his last name, or Richard, using the shorthand version of this name puts the channel at risk. Thank you for understanding. Appreciate that, Katrina. We're going to try. Just let's keep the joke part out. I think YouTube's algorithm is smart enough that when there isn't a double entendre, it doesn't assume that it's being used in a crude sense. If the jury doesn't actually have any knowledge of the background of this case, the jury might think him being shot points to Alex Murdaugh's innocence. That's a strange approach for me, Nicole, just because I have the background of the case, just with what I know. It's hard to approach this solely with the view of what the jurors have heard, because we've heard other things. We have news media, and we have all this discussion stuff that the jury doesn't have. But there's a possibility that the roadside shooting could be viewed as an indicator of his innocence. So possibly that there was other people out to get him. But the thing is, they're going to hear today, well, they may hear today, I think it's allowed in, they're going to hear the recording of Alex saying that he set it up. Maybe that's what the judge just ruled that is not coming in. So we won't hear that. If you could make one change to our justice system, what would that be? I would change it to be more open. I believe, first of all, that would cause harm to victims. It would cause harm to innocent people who are caught up in a court system. But I believe that an open system is the most effective. So I would make every court system, including the Supreme Court arguments, open to the public. I think they should be streamed live. I think everyone should be aware of and be involved in this process. Not necessarily that everyone gets a say in the judicial system. I love the trial by jury, the jury of our peers. I think that's the way it should be. I love the innocent until proven guilty. That is critical to the justice system that I know and love. I like the adversarial system where the two sides sort of argue back and forth, the order, how it goes. I like the judge's role, the jury's role. Really, I think we have a fantastic system. I just wish that it was more open. And by extension of that, I wish that law enforcement also was more open directly to the public. That's my one change. If I could put that on my Christmas list, that would be. Thank you for the question. That was a great question. The judge may know how unhinged Cousin Eddie can be, and he's trying to keep the clown show out. I think we're all going to be better off by not hearing that testimony, because that would really confuse everything. YouTube has no sense of humor. Yesterday, a girl with many chickens walked out the next morning, and all the chickens were dead. Chickens do drink water and eat from the ground,
as well.
so it seemed it suffocated them, but unsure. Talking about Ohio, I've seen all sorts of pictures of fish dying, frogs dying in the water, just animals that are sick. It's scary stuff. Let's see. Jennifer Clark, my guess is that you wouldn't want to obviously snitch if you can afford to bail out previous to trial, especially not if you're already facing 100 charges, more likely return. Alex filed a statement saying he got the drugs through Eddie. Is that in his alibi statement? I don't think that was his alibi statement. I think that was the recorded statement he gave to the SLED officer, which now we may not hear. I think that's why Creighton Waters needs to sort of reset, because he's got different evidence he has to present now. It's only a matter of time before Jim opens another door. He knocks down all the doors. Alex stole YouTube's sense of humor. The one change to the justice system, this is Nicole from Goodman Law Firm. Thanks for being here, Nicole, by the way. I appreciate you being here. The one change the justice system needs is to speed up the appellate process. Errors could be corrected quicker, both ways, for the innocent and the guilty. So, Nicole, I don't know a lot about the appellate process other than that it involves like a panel of judges, right, or an appellate judge. Do we need more judges handling the appellate process? And is the process itself effective the way it's handled? Or, I heard some talk about this trial saying that there's no way. That green screen's bugging me. Let's fix that right. Nope. There. Perfect. Nope. I'll fix it later. All right. I heard some people discussing this case and basically saying they're trying to appeal-proof this case by making it too big, making too much data. No appellate judge would want to have to pour through all of this to see if it grants an appeal. I'm like, that should not be a thing. It should not be like, oh, this is too much work for me to consider, I'm just going to deny the appeal. I think if there's grounds for an appeal, it should be appealed, and that should be granted. So I don't like the idea of, if it's just a huge case and they know there's a lot of cost involved, then we're not going to consider any appeal. But I'd love to hear more on your thoughts on that, Nicole. Perhaps one day you can call in and talk to us, maybe like this morning. What do you think, Nicole? Are you up for that? Telling us a little bit more about the appeals process. Let's see. I have to admit there were others that might have wanted to harm Alex. The defense should have talked more about that. They may, High Speed Drifter. They get their own shot at the apple here. It's going to happen here in the next couple of days. They're going to start presenting stuff, and maybe that will be part of their approach. it would cause doubt, at least, if they can put other people in that situation that possibly could have committed this or had reason to commit it. There's some reasonable doubt. Ohio is filled with such drama, always something adventurous going on there. Yeah, this is not the drama we like, though. Let's see. Any thoughts on him confessing? Karen, I don't think he has it in him. Even if he did it, I don't think he can confess. This guy is... look at the extent he went to in other situations. Speaking just financial, and we're keeping Maggie and Paul out of it, but how far he went to make sure people didn't know what he had done with the money. How he was lying and covering up and, patching holes and steering people different directions. I don't think that his brain is wired to confess. I don't think he could. Thank you, Samantha. I appreciate that. Love the guys that are clicking the like button. That definitely does help us. Got a couple minutes before the jury comes back to the courtroom here, so we can answer a few more questions if you have them. Why are there some courts with many judges and other courts have one sitting on cases? Jennifer Clark, what... You can have a bench trial, which is instead of a jury trial, but you have a right to be tried by a jury of your peers. And so you can waive that right and instead just have the judge hear the case. But are you talking about like an appellate court where there might be 3 judges that listen to an appeal? Let's see, the process is effective, a panel of judges, and the judges are excellent, but the process can take decades. That is a problem. I agree. I think both immigration and appeals should not be a process that takes forever. Now again, on senior green screen issues. DMB, I'll crop them out here real quick. Let me go back to. I hate having green screen issues. We're gonna go right here, and I'll pop down in this little box in the corner, and now you won't see them. Let's see, I would treat it the same. But that's just me. How about removing finance from law so that the rich don't get away with crime, including giant business? Jim Mob, how would you do that? Lawyers cost money. They work for money, right? We want their services. A good lawyer who's really good arguably should be able to charge a little bit more. We don't want to cap the lawyer rates. They all get paid the same amount. Then there's no incentive for a lawyer to do well and excel in their profession. A good lawyer is going to cost more, and rich people are going to be able to afford them. We have phenomenal lawyers in the public defender system. We have just incredible we and where we don't have a lot of depth in the public defender system. Look at the BK case. That we have a system in place where a lawyer who's normally a private lawyer could be hired or called up to be a public defender and paid that way. Granted, they get paid a little less in that than they might have been paid in their regular practice. But I don't know how you can remove the paying a lawyer from the system. I do think the individual representing yourself, I would like that process to be a little easier to understand. I wish that the law process was more friendly to that. And we saw, like in Judge Dorrell's case, that she was with Darrell Brooks, where he didn't understand the process of the wording of the filing and why you had to, what redress are you seeking by your motion type thing. He didn't know what components to put in there, and she could help a little bit, but at the same time, she's the person who shouldn't help because she's the judge. So if she helps and then says, yes, I'm going to grant it, is that bias? Or if she doesn't help, or she helps one side, she's got to be the weigher of the facts, right? Or the weigher of the law. In that case, not the facts. The jury is the weigher of the facts. But she's got to be able to not be connected that way. But there should be a way that you can represent it yourself without having to pay for a lawyer and do so effectively without all going through law school. Vixen says, I'm back from the meeting. What happened? What did I miss? The judge said no more information in. Basically, he said, let's stop what we've got in already as far as roadside goes. It's more... it's the probative value is not high enough. It's too prejudicial. see, I'd bring back trial by combat as an option. A few people might accept that, but most of us would lose, even if we were in the right. No one should avoid a case because it's big and got a lot of data. I agree, Brooklyn. Defense still has their case pretty soon, yeah, probably the next day or so. Maui says, was I ever a radio DJ? I recorded some stuff for radio when I was in my radio class at college. Does that count? But I was never a DJ. Sure thing. Since that's what I've been working on lately, I'd be happy to share. Do you want to call? Nicole, do you want to pop in? Kevin, I need to look at the schedule and see what's coming next. I like to plan it out a little bit, and I was actually thinking that the other day. I know schedules have bumped a little bit. We obviously are keeping our eye on Sarah Boone. We want to cover that when that comes up in April, if it does. But let's see. Nicole. Nicole, do I have you on the burner phone already? Yeah, I've got you. Okay. If you call the burner phone, I can connect you if you'd like. Give me just 1 minute. I'm not sure if that's what you were agreeing to or not. But hold on just 1 second. Okay. Okay. All right. If you're ready, if you want to, Nicole, I can connect you on the burner phone. We'll get you all set up here. Just give me a call. I'll let your call through. Let's see. If you could find a clip of 911 calls from September 4th roadside incident, would you be able to play it before the court returns? Lindsay, it might be a little quick to turn them around. We might be able to do it on the break if we have a break a little bit later, as well as possibly on the lunch break if you guys are willing to work over lunch. Hey, somebody just bought a mug. Thank you. Who was that? Who just bought a mug? Just give you an example of how slow the appeals process is. My case tomorrow is a restraining order from 2021. MB says, I don't mean any disrespect to you, but I can't understand your thought process when you equate financial crimes to murder. Appreciate that, MB. I'm not saying they're equal. I might not have spoken clearly. I don't believe financial crimes are equal to murder. I was actually surprised that some of the financial crimes that Alex Murdaugh is accused with which are serious and a lot of money, that they carry the same penalty that would maximum penalty that could be imposed in this case, a life in prison without parole. That surprised me. I would not think that even stealing millions of dollars from someone would not justify imprisoning someone for the rest of their life. Let's see, how much is Alex so far on lawyer fees without B&B fees? I think, Color Me Abstract, he got permission to withdraw money from his 401k to pay for this, and he pulled like $600,000 out or $500,000 out. I don't know where they're at on those fees, if he's burned through those or if he'll have to take some more out. Good lawyers are more money because they dedicate their lives to their cases. Skipped lunches, no family time or sleep. During trial, a typical day is 22 hours working with no breaks. That's a long time. Weather Watch is trying to twist arm. Do you want me to call it lunch? Isn't the jury coming in now? You can call now. I think it might be another 15 minutes, perhaps. We'll see. If the judge comes in, we can put it off till lunch. But if you want to call right now, we can try to make that work. Okay. Jenny, I just bought a pink mug. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I saw that come in over the phone. SLED releases. No, yeah, if SLED releases it, we can show them. We can show all the video from the court case. The copyright stuff is a little harder, but the evidence in court we can show. That was just a down payment on his legal fees. He's over $1 million easily. Well, hopefully he can cobble that together because once his trial's over, he's going to get sued for the money by his own attorneys. Jenny, I have an alert that tells me when a mug was ordered. That's what I see every time someone orders a mug. That's all. I'm also psychic. I just have this sixth sense. Christy says, just got here, had computer issues. What is happening? Christy, this morning the lawyers were arguing basically an extension of the same discussion they had last night about the additional evidence, the prior acts, the 403 stuff, which is, character evidence. Did you just call? Did I miss it? Hang on. Nope. Okay, we're good. Anyway, that discussion continued. They presented some more evidence to the judge, and the judge ruled and said, we're not going to allow any more in. We've already had, some testimony about the roadside incident and what happened, but we're not going to go down that road because it's more prejudicial than probative. And it doesn't stand up to the character evidence test. Let's see. Imagine Maggie is paying for Alex's defense against her murder. I have to think that one through, Brooklyn. That's too complicated for my brain. High Speed Drifter, I don't know if we heard anything about the racial, if there was any racial anything in the Michigan incident. I haven't heard any motive whatsoever about that one. Just know it's tragic, and a lot of people senselessly got hurt or injured and are now scared and traumatized. And a couple people died. I mean, you can't skip that. Klepto, I don't have that sound effect yet. For someone who works in the world of forensic accounting, I think that's what it is, Izzy. Murder and financial crimes don't equal. They are completely different ballgames. Financial crimes economically impact business and people. Murder is a different level. Mutt likes the documentary on HBO. How has he magically ignored me telling him about the trust every time? That's like 3 times now. Did I ignore you, DMB? I tell you, I scroll here. There's also a trust that was created with money he inherited from his father's passing. The trust deemed legal fees an appropriate use of the funds. I do not intentionally skip anyone. I do not. My tool that I use here on the screen, it will update and put me down to the bottom, and I try to scroll back up to where I found things, and it clears off. The buffer just gets rid of things. Another Scott story. I don't have a story prepared for this morning. I'll think of one. There are sufficient tools to teach people how to effectively represent themselves, not in a criminal case, but most people don't spend the time to learn. Where would you recommend, Nicole? Where would and would this be state specific, or is it more like a general tool that's sort of useful everywhere? Say I'm in North Carolina, and say I get notified that the police come to my house and charge me with something. It's probably going to be a crime that I put my garbage cans out a day too early or something like that. How would I go about learning to fight that? And especially I understand the in court when to speak and things like that, but the motions you can make, what you can say. How would Darrell Brooks didn't know that after the sentence came in from the jury that he could file a motion to have the judge set that aside and rule directly instead. And so he didn't ask for it. Any attorney worth their salt would have done that at that time, but they didn't ask for it. How would I know all those things? How would I know those little nuances of the system? Will you play the audio between Alec and Buster? Are you talking about the phone call? Color Me Abstract? I did listen to the music. It was really good. I cannot play it on the air. I think it's copyright by me unless you own it. I've turned on the notifications so you guys can hear them as well on my phone. Let's see. I want to hear from Nicole. I want her to call if you've got time. I don't want to twist your arm, but possibly on lunch. Just let me know. Okay. I have a cold, so please forgive my horrible voice. Give me a moment. I can call now. Okay.
Alex stole it.
Alex stole it. Let's see. That was a 117. I'll watch for the call. So any moment now. You could do a podcast on defending yourself and have a Goodman Law as your guest. We actually do have a podcast coming up on Friday. Our first episode, Weather Watch and I, Scott and Thomas, are going to be doing a podcast that starts at 9 o'clock on Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are super excited about it. Daisy says, I represented myself in divorce court. It was fairly painless. Can you please tell me what I missed? My vet here was for Demon Puppy. My apologies to the vet. Did he get bit or anything? Lil Miss, the judge has, all that's happened so far is, thanks for that, Lindsay. All that's happened so far is the judge has listened to the arguments of both sides regarding this additional evidence. The roadside shooting, I don't think the drug use has been excluded, but the roadside shooting basically said we're not going to go any further into that. We're going to allow what was already in, but at this point we're not going to go any further. And that was supposed to take an hour for that discussion. It only took half an hour. So we have another 10 minutes before the jury might be back. I think unless the prosecution can present the timeline, Alec will be found not guilty or we'll see a hung jury. Michelle,
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
We heard, was it yesterday that Creighton said, or it might have been the day before, as he was talking about his timeline for how he's going to wrap up this case, how much more time he needs. He said we still have the timeline witness, and my ears went, bing, timeline witness. We have a timeline witness. This will be amazing. I want to hear that timeline witness for sure. So I don't know who.
Manonne just sent a super sticker with 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Manonne. Is that how we say it, Manonne? Thank you for the super sticker. It looks like somebody giving a gift to a little somebody. I like it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate the super sticker. I noticed you were saying on accident. It was my internet duty to correct you by accident as opposed to by design. Adam, I forgot what I said on accident was, but I probably said it by design. Does that work? You guys are hearing the little ding noises. This is the burner phone. Every time I get an update, I get that. Let's see, this is from Lindsay. Article has a link to an evidence zip file by SLED of the first call by witness, if that's better to play on a live stream. Otherwise, I can find an article with the call embedded. I'll listen to this one. The main part I want people to hear happens within the first 20 seconds. There's a man on the side of the road with blood all over him, and he was waving his hands. He looks fine, but kind of looks like a setup. So he did not stop. Let me see if I can pull this up here. This is SLED releases the 911 call. Just 1 second here. I'm going to the link, trying to find this. I was downloading it to my phone. I'm not sure if that'll work. I'll have to dig on that a little bit, Lindsay. Thanks for that. I do want to listen to it before I play it, but I'll check it out. And it was Tina Pruitt that sent me the camel picture this morning. Oh man,
I'm not a camel.
It is hump day. It's hump day, but camel pictures are appropriate.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Oh, it was meant for this one.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Let's see. Okay.
Alex stole it as well.
Yep. See if we've got any more questions to answer. The vet did get nipped. Had to use a muzzle. I did warn her. Vets get nipped a lot. I think Katrina will tell you that she does a lot of pet grooming. Sometimes they're a little nippy. It will be interesting to hear the timeline expert. Michelle, this might be the most interesting witness the prosecution puts up. If they can draw this all together and how they deliver this is so crucial because the jury has no notes. They need to package this up beautifully. It needs to be connected, plain as day, follow the dots, just logical conclusions all over the place. So yesterday, Marion mentioned Alex Murdaugh being shot, but they didn't get to hear the details that it was him who ordered it. They're going to be like, what? So do you think they're going to allow in the the phone call, the sled call? Because last night they said yes, but now they're sort of saying no. So I wonder what happens. How long is the Friday's podcast expected to be? It's going to be an hour-ish, maybe more. I doubt it would go 2 hours. Need to be glamping. I did check the burner phone for an opening door sound. I did get one of those. I'm still working on it. Let's see. There was one you sent, I believe, that it's a good sound, but I think it needs more creak in it. I'll have to hunt for that to make sure we understand that we're hearing a door instead of just a latch of some kind. Okay. Okay. Anyone have the burner phone number handy? Thanks. Yeah, Pete, you can just type !burner at any time in chat, and it will go ahead and respond with the burner phone number right there. So you can send a text that way. I would ask if you're sending a text just to include your YouTube name. I'll go ahead and enter you in the little black book on the burner phone as far as all my contacts. That way, if for some reason this does get shown on the screen, it won't show your phone number. It will just show your YouTube name instead. So it's a way I can sort of protect it. Looks like we're done with questions. We'll take a call from Nicole probably at lunchtime if it works for her.
If you bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Turn that beat down.
Alex stole it as well.
Let's see, what's the question here? How to get YouTube name? How to get my YouTube name? I got my name Recovery Addict because I do metal detecting, and I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I started live streaming on that channel, and it's just stuck. I love it. We are all addicts in here. We're addicted to true crime. That's why we have the True Crime Addict mug. But I almost spilled on my laptop there.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Day number 18.
16 by my count.
I'll call your next witness.
May it please the court. State of South Carolina, we call Special Agent David Owen to the stand.
Okay, so this is going to be the recording. This is the sled witness. I think it's going to be quick. I think we're going to hear half an hour of recording.
Okay. Thank you. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Mr. David, you would please, you see your license here? Take the full name for the record.
Haven't seen yet, but I'm pretty sure he's wearing a lapel pin.
Move that mic or chair to where they can hear you the best.
There it is. There's the pin. It's almost part of the uniform. Hey, Eagles, pray.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background?
Yes, sir.
Where you're from and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School. Graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in 2015.
Have you worked different areas at SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has been with the Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means, but what does it mean in your...
This may be Alex confessing
SLED is an
to setting
assisting
up the
agency.
roadside shooting.
I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department or the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly, and has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've gotten to know each other recently, you've got some relatives in Anderson that I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Small world.
Small world.
Let's go straight to June 7th, Special Agent. Were you on call June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get
Spit the question out. You have to ask it.
specifically, how did you get the call?
I received the call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and phone rang, and was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. That there had been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
Kevin, a couple people have done that. We can talk about that on the break.
To 4147 Moselle.
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell
Addressing subject matter jurisdiction at this point in the trial.
When I arrived, there was multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we're a requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton, so I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered, and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colleton County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Colleton County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes, so I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed, and there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners. And
I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talk to him. You know, what was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video, and I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where it's your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
And is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or do you video?
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him?
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
Okay, and to her left, if you will? To
her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did...
Mr. Murdaugh?
No, Danny get in the car.
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview, I allow him to sit in on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Mm-hmm. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going into the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, when you were out, before you got in your car, were you able just to look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
But did you come up to him and y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but
This is the touchy-feely lawyer.
I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be? How did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes.
This is a state
I didn't
prosecutor.
notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
Questioned the SLED witness.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him, but he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home, knowing that he needed to go be with his son. I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, there's some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room, and he said sure, and immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So, if that's his bedroom, you stood right here.
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And so, did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You're sure about that?
He still had on the orangish pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
Little ASMR here. Rubber gloves. Yes, he did wipe his shirt on his face twice during the body cam footage that I saw. Let's crinkle up some paper closer to the microphone for me.
And those are the tennis shoes that you saw the defendant Alex Murdaugh in, and that
Yes, sir.
he took off and gave to you.
Under this light, it's more red, but I considered it orangish pink that night. But these are the shoes that I collected from him.
Do you remember the condition? How did they feel when you touched them?
They were a little damp. It was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night. Summertime, high humidity, so there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And these are the bag. This is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140. So that would it was 0140140, which would have been the time that I collected the shoes.
Is that 1:40 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
On June 8th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? Did there appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir. I did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
So we want to cross-contaminate different items.
I'll show you what's been entered as 418 and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony.
Sorry about your ears, guys. If I had shoes like that, I'd want the police to take them as well. That's a crime. It really is.
This is a bag that's sealed up, but I know that it's a T-shirt, got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing.
You put 1:41 a.m. on that?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime scene, anytime you collect a piece of evidence, you keep it separate so you don't cross-contaminate.
So you wouldn't use the same gloves to hold it or anything?
And that was the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
We got all our crinkly sounds in this morning.
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
Could you open those, please?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like he should have put his initials on there. On your bingo card, if you have attorney stands in doorway, please go ahead and mark that off. Stands behind the witness in the doorway. Judge cannot see him. Judge actually hates the attorney being up there. He's like, I need to hear this. And you guys have your own little private conversation there, turned away from the mic. Granted, the jury can hear, but he's asked them on numerous times to sort of move back so that the conversation's picked up better by the microphone. Richard, it's my seller account on eBay has the mouse pad as well. It's not the mug provider. Let's see if I can get the link. It's INEX_LBV.
That you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th?
Yes, sir.
Of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Well, do you want to touch him?
Now,
I think he's going to try him on.
describe when you saw these pants on June 7th, June 8th, early a.m. morning, Special Agent David Owen. How did they look to you?
Green shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared just to be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the front. I know this. Those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts.
That's unique
Those
style.
cuttings were done during processing, evidence processing.
He's like, let go of those with your dirty hands. You're contaminating the evidence.
I'm going to go back. I just forgot. That first interview.
Yes, sir.
At some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex.
Here comes the touchy-feely.
You remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's just, you did that because that's you?
That's just who I am.
So he grabbed the evidence, which the witness did not want to touch without gloves. He grabbed it with bare hands and then smeared whatever he got on his hands.
And after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. Like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations.
1 second, Richard.
Nothing
I'll
seemed
type
out
it
of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It's the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh. Excuse me. He had indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin, and he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape, did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. And did SLED and/or the locals have that secured?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins, were there. My lieutenant, Charles Gint, arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down at that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. Once I left the house, our crime scene units, what they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. And Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of not the exact words, but this is what he said was he thought of doing something with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pulled the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down where Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about C.B. Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies. And
that's the law. The coroner comes in and
yes, sir,
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody.
Bloody?
Very bloody.
Around the bodies, bloody?
Yes, sir. And also, around Paul it was more bloody because he was on concrete and in a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you add the water to the bodily fluids. It's going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
And did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan Gibson.
Was he interviewed?
He was interviewed. He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Okay. So y'all are investigating?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Interviewing people?
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived and we interviewed him.
Dale was the dog?
Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Collin County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in, so we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Collin County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping. It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Collin County out and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers?
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night, and you couldn't see. You can tell a car's passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried?
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after David, and he testified yesterday. When you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
Rachel, life in prison without parole is the worst his financial charges could be. 99 of those.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. And me being a lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement?
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alex Murdaugh's, as well as Alex Murdaugh, John Marvin. They told them while they were there they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything. Later on, once they have time, kind of memory reset, they're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alex Murdaugh and his brothers, to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean,
so it's important to get the initial interview
information
as well as the secondary one.
They don't want as many people as you can.
They want the initial stuff first, and then the secondary one's also helpful.
We've seen it, and again, I'm not going to play it again. The jury's got it. But that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alex Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alex, and Alex's attorney Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself. But it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind, is what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And this was how many days? Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him. I spoke with him, interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night, approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's just a few hours afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the second?
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir. It began approximately 1:45 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
The first and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't leave the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was he clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
He went to visit his mother in Alameda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second interview?
June 10th.
10th. I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was skipping it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th
Nolan's
Circuit
a family
actually
friend.
conducted that extraction.
Nolan, too.
And he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, but what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract, there's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change or steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
Good morning, Mags.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor.
Marion's the
her
sister
husband.
of Maggie. We heard from her yesterday.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes processed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had sled dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working?
Yes, sir.
Working with locals?
Yes, sir.
And was the property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds, so we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond, and those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th? Was any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. She told me they told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week, and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there, and he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well.
He
asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him, and to let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well,
Alex
go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something, and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation?
Yes, sir.
He gets back. Y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot, and I had some questions that I needed clarification on, and I needed to sit down with them.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't have those to test, other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big, so that needs to be addressed as well. And you know, I have friends and family over at my house all the time, so their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspect?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case when you got involved? When's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec mentioned it in the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Green when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex? Given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks where that took place.
At the SLED's Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital in the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it, the interview?
The interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe, without objection.
You're admitted.
And the same put in the Elmo. Actually, Judge, I'm going, out of abundance of caution, I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe.
It was admitted and now withdrawn. We'll never know.
511 is withdrawn with the court's permission.
Dallas, we're about to, I think, another interview audio.
Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding. Just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office.
And can you see cameras in there?
Yes, sir. Up in the corners.
Coach, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying that.
I think, gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break.
Okay, so we've got a couple things going on. Oops, that's me. We've got this witness. We've got Alex over here. All the families in court. We've got a little bit of a break going on as we are about to hear a tape we haven't heard before. This is break time, as Texas Tough says. We have not heard this evidence. What's the judge going to do? Is he going to talk to us yet? Your Honor. Let's wait till the jury goes out here. He hasn't really excused us. We might get a time. See, well, if he leaves the bench, then it's done. Yep, he's leaving. Okay, so we probably got about a 10-minute break. So we get to hear more audio. It sounds like where this is going. Let's just see. Yeah, we've got no feeder now. We've got the clock and we've got the wall. What do you want to look at? Or you can look at me. Here we go. I'll keep the audio on. If something happens, I'll let you know. It sounds like where this is going is we're getting into the changing stories that Alex Murdaugh is telling the police. So it sounds like we'll get a little bit of a variation here, or at least some reiteration of the evidence that the story that he's holding on to that we know is not true. The police, I think they've heard from Paul's friend of what happened on the phone call, what he heard, and now they're getting more evidence. They might ask him about that. I wonder if they'll talk to him specifically about him being down by the kennels. My Dog Murray says, hello, my name is Tom, and I am a recovery addict. Hello, Tom. Welcome. Good to have you here, My Dog Murray. Using just first names, Alex, Maggie, etc., sounds so unprofessional to me. Gordon, there's just so many people involved here. Obviously, you can't just call them all Murdaughs, because we had quite a few Murdaughs. Some of them, 3 that are in the courtroom, I think, or more, and 1 on trial. We've got to have some name. I'm okay with it now that I know who they are. But if you have any questions, let me know. I'll try to explain who everybody is. It does seem a little intimate to call them by their first names, but some of these guys knew each other before this happened. They were friends. So that might explain it a bit. Let's see. Judge is upset. He doesn't like the break. Why am I getting some audio on to? I'm getting some, I think it's IFB audio on too, which is the in-air feedback that the reporters get on my channel. So it's this one here. So it's carrying over. Somebody's mic is still hot, but nothing juicy, just enough to detect there's something there. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Who has questions? I understand he's informal names initially, but like in articles or legal motions, they had established what they've referred to as going forward. In this case, Mr. Murdaugh could mean 7 different men. Lindsay, I agree. I wish they'd use more context saying and not saying that money was the root of all this. Tie the dang money. Connect the dots already, right? I don't think this is the timeline witness. It doesn't sound like this is the timeline witness. That might be another one. Yeah, I'm going to see if there's audio on this other feed. Okay, I'm going to turn off that quiet one just because I can't tell what it is. It's driving me nuts. Okay, I don't think he appreciates other people besides him calling a break or running his courtroom. Yeah, so he has called people out before earlier in the trial about basically, hey, this is my courtroom, you do it my way. Sort of set him in line. I don't remember the specifics of that, but I think he's done it to both Harpootlian and Waters as well. And sort of just said, hey, I'm in control here. But the way this was brought up, I think they're familiar with the judge. They've sat in court now for 2 weeks worth of trials now of this trial, and they're familiar with the judge and the timing that he likes to take breaks. The judge is not a camel. We've got that sound effect somewhere here.
I'm not a camel.
Yeah. That's from the Jensen trial, but the judge needs breaks. He knows the jury needs breaks. And as I was listening actually to to James from the court last night on his live stream, and he was saying that from his vantage point, one of the jurors appeared to be falling asleep. And so the judge is obviously going to be aware of that. That's why the judge is having him stand up and stretch a little bit type thing. He doesn't want to call out the juror and say, hey, wake up type thing. He might do that in private, but he's not going to do that in open court. Yeah, he wants to keep them alert. And Alex Murdaugh stole it. He did it to Poot because Poot would say thank you after Judge Newman ruled in his favor. Yeah, for random things. Yeah, he's like, you don't need to thank me. This is my job. You do your job and I'll do mine. I remember that. Thanks, Lindsay, for that reminder. When they argue without being prompted, he jumped on them for that as well. He said, I'm going to, if I need more, you just say objection. And if I need you to speak to it, I'll ask for it. And so they're sort of stepping on his toes a little bit. He's tolerated it pretty well. Do jurors get breakfast, coffee? Can they bring their own coffee? Lindsay, they probably could bring their own coffee, I'm guessing. But it's also probably provided by the courtroom. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Maybe that's a question for somebody in court. Let me see if I can ask James that on his next live stream. He's been pretty good about answering my questions so far. Let's see. Seven understood this, but the chief SLED investigator who we had not heard from yet, we also have not seen this interview. It'll be big, I think. It's going to be interesting for sure. We have not seen this. This is new stuff on the last day of this, second to last day of the state's evidentiary portion of the trial. Getting something brand new is good. They're supposed to arrest tomorrow morning, by the way. That's when Waters thinks he's going to be done. Musical chairs with evidence. This whole courtroom weather watch is bizarre, that there is so little room for them to maneuver, that anytime that someone needs to be sworn in and one of the attorneys is standing as well, it's like a little dance type thing, a shimmy trying to figure out who goes where. The monitor that the jury's looking at is on the floor, taking up valuable floor space that leads up to the witness stand. So they have to sort of dance around that. And anytime they bring like the chart or the big display board or something they want to write on up there, that's just more space they have to take up. And you have to realize that anytime they're presenting something to the jury, the defense has to have their lawyer over there so he can watch as well, so he can make any objections in case that's relevant. And so really the space right in front of the jury box and leading up to the witness stand is like prime real estate, and it's only it only holds one person, but that's where everybody has to be. So it's pretty funny. And then you've got the two clerks there taking up a lot of the middle of the room. I think they need a new courthouse is what they need. So maybe we'll start a GoFundMe for the county and see if we can get them a new courthouse, and let me metal detect the old one, and then we'll all be happy. Red Pen says, Little Miss, I don't know any mobile vets here. No mobile vets. We have one in our area. I think it's a great business idea, actually. If you don't have one, maybe you should start one up. Why is the judge upset? Hannah, we were just sort of reading into his response that he's not happy with the lawyers sort of calling the shots in the courtroom, saying, I think it's time for a break. Now, they can ask him, but he's the one who determines that. Let's see. So many changing stories by Alex Murdaugh. They're trying to get to it. I think they're reinforcing that in his earlier interviews. He had this particular witness, David Owen, had with Alex Murdaugh. So we'll see. Anyone else find this redundant? Yes, it feels like we've been here before. Like every single day, there seems to be something we've heard before, and they go into depth on it. Most of this case is redundant. Absolutely, says Samantha. Oh my goodness. Natural Empress says, drama in the courtroom with a Buffalo mass shooter. Someone tried to rush him. Wow. With a weapon or holding anything, or it was just like a fist sort of attack? Natural Empress. I'm sure there's going to be video somewhere of that. We'll have to look for that. Yeah, what's the Buffalo shooter's name? Sentencing's about to happen on the shooter. And now there's going to be a line of bailiffs between him and anyone in the gallery, if the judge allows people to stay in the gallery. Is the judge reprimanding counsel off camera? Maisla, we've heard, the family has not confirmed this, but we've heard from people in court. James from the court said he heard from the court clerk that the judge reprimanded Buster on his behavior directly. So that I realize that's not counsel, but that's the family. Apparently Buster, they tried to pass a book, and he may have, flipped somebody off, Tinsley specifically, while he was on the witness stand. So he's been reprimanded. We think that is why they've been asked to sit further back. And apparently if there's one more outburst, they might be kicked out altogether. So that happened off camera. That's what I was getting at. So it's possible that the judge might have been giving direction to the counsel, not really reprimanding, but giving direction to the counsel off camera as well. I don't think he's really frustrated. He's a pretty patient guy. I mean, he just, he sort of lets it roll off a little bit. When sentence will Alex Murdaugh go to general population? How soon before financial hearings? Generally, the general population question is handled by the prison themselves. It's not the judge sentencing him to general population or sentencing him to isolation. That decision is made at the prison, and it's made based on the prisoner's safety, because they're responsible for housing and maintaining the prisoner's safety. So if there's a concern about his safety, he probably would be in some sort of protective situation within the prison. Financial hearings, I don't know the dates of when those are going to start. You've probably heard all the evidence that they're going to have. Everything that's going to come out in those hearings has already come out in this one. The judge pretty much let most of it in. Judge is currently speaking in the Buffalo shooting. Being caffeinated and unable to take notes sounds like hell to me, says Lindsay. Sounds awful. Let's see. The Buffalo shooting was the grocery store one. Do they provide transport and or separate entrance for the jury to limit their exposure to the media? Seagulls, they excuse the jury and they might go out a different door, but really this building is not. Let's switch over here. This building's not really huge. I mean, I think they sort of go out the way everybody does, and they leave out to the parking lot.
Take your seats.
High-speed drifter. Oh man, anything older than 1960s, I'd love to detect, just because there's a chance of silver. I have found a gold coin, $5 gold coin. That was my best metal detecting find. But I like old homes. I like the history the ground tells. Even though a lot of the artifacts are, they're sort of garbage related. It's like a broken iron that was set on the fire or something, and a handle broke or something. I like the history and the story. So anything that has stuff that talks from the ground, I love. Fields are fun too, because it's just so easy to dig.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury and find the targets. Financials are federal and won't be televised. There's that problem as well. I think it should be. I wish federal trials were televised. And don't get me started on the federal system for getting documents, Amber, and how much they charge. Oh man. Although there's a website that you can become a member of that, as you buy documents from the federal system, it basically releases them to everybody, and everyone who's a member gets access to that. So that's a good thing. It's sort of like thumbing their nose at the federal system. Katrina, you're not the only one who likes the judge's chair. I think if he were to auction this on eBay right now, he could make a small fortune, possibly retire from it. A lot of us are jealous of his throne. Thanks for the update on that, Lindsay. It sounds like a little bit of drama there in that Buffalo shooting. He was giving his apology. And a family member probably did not accept the apology.
Very good. You may proceed.
Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at right before we were talking about the interview on August 11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alex Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
And prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The defendant was not in custody?
No, he was not.
He was free to leave?
Yes, he was.
Was there because he wanted to be there?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have we have redacted the last part of this video with the consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
Hip Hop Flip Flop. We had pickles before Emily did, but she had a yodeling pickle before I got mine. So it seems like yodeling pickles are all over LawTube now. But this one's from Rosie in Tucson. Thank you so much, Rosie.
And before we get started, please, thank you, Anna. Who is Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming?
No, sir.
Thank you.
This picture has a little more contrast than this other one. So I like this picture, but this feed gives me more courtroom.
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to try to improve the audio on this a little bit for you guys.
What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system, but my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. One of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
Jury can't see. They're requesting some things to be moved so that they can see the screen here.
Doing good, man. Can't complain. Ready to see some cool weather. I have none of your life. Probably me too.
Great. If I can stop for 1 second. To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
They're cranking the volume here. Be careful. Might blow us out.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioner went out. Oh, okay. Yes. No, are you spelling your name with 2 M's or 1? 1 M.
Trying to turn down that air conditioner noise through some bandpass filters here.
Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about. You had millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you could update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that.
Let's do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's do that first.
The update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information, or are we just here for you to ask questions?
I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
So they thought.
I know you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we're doing. I like to understand what we're talking about. You know,
this is crazy.
Well, I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
All right. Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect? Because
Good. Say.
Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. Yeah. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for. Mm-hmm. And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, mm-hmm. you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased. Mm-hmm. Both cases, that's Alec. Mm-hmm. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. Mm-hmm. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. All right. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case. Mm-hmm. And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No.
This is his lawyer.
Just like
personal
you,
lawyer.
I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's right.
I am.
That's right. All right. Well, Alec, if you're comfortable and you feel okay, yes, then that's fine. Do
anything to help.
All right, that's fine.
So I'm going to go back to Monday morning, and you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left, and what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably. Okay. 10 o'clock maybe at the latest. Okay. Something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I just
totally understand.
I need ballpark.
That's
as close as you can get to it.
And if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that will tell when exactly I went in my office. Okay. That I can get for you.
Okay.
So
you have a key fob to get in your office?
A card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A little bit. It was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. Just don't remember if I left right after she did or I piddled around.
Okay. And I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident, or the boat case?
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
Okay. What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
That's when you left the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
Okay. And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks, or 2 different vehicles.
Yes, sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? Take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practicing, just shooting.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm. And we just spent, time together. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it. We started out going to look at the sunflowers because he was worried about the sunflowers. And that was the first thing we looked at. And then we just rode. We just rode and looked at it. We hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
What you talk about?
Everything, just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him, and he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but we were just so worried about it. But we talked about that, we talked about the farm, we just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for his feet?
No, sir.
So y'all trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
He's resistant?
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. He'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going. How did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. We talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. We tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably, the best I can tell, a couple hours after after we got there.
when you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
There's an objection.
This is for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Sustained.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edison.
So it kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you?
Sir.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but...
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know. I mean,
We'll stop right there, please. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. you know, it would have been,
Before dinner or after dinner?
no, it would have been, what time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? With her not responding to you, and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but I mean, it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but if she was going,
These are just some maps I pulled off of Google.
Okay.
What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
Said right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Okay.
Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville. Left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down, and then on 63.
Hey guys, the saturation on this feed is a little bit high. Other feeds have them a lot lighter. It's just the different feeds and how they adjust the camera image.
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visitor, you know, all times a day.
Checking on her, especially with your dad being sorry.
She had been having a particularly, you know, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad, and she had been particularly agitated. You know, with him not being there, and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, otherwise, but several times a week, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's at night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour?
Yes, sir.
Please go.
You left to go back home. Did you make any stops on the way?
On the way there?
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
Stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at the shed in kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail. And somebody saying his leg was broken.
Stop there, please.
Which one's his dog?
Can you turn up Mr. Owens's volume?
Video?
Yes.
So the witness volume's
Turn
a
up
little
the
low.
volume.
I'm writing the volume too, so some are going to be loud here. I'm trying to adjust this as best I can so you can hear what's happening. So they're asking him questions that they clearly know he's lying to them. I think at this point they know how long he was at his mom's house, and when he says 45 minutes to an hour, it's not the case.
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail, and somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything, did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. Yes, that was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went in the brick gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both. Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, let's walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her in the ride. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul. And you left and went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until you returned trip from visiting your mother?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background, and you were heard in the background, and that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, and I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, DMB.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose?
However they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. And she asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you say here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. You know, I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And I mean, that obviously was nobody else out there. And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said he would know.
You just volunteered that. I don't remember saying anything about this.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or you know, there was just so many things on the internet that, you know, just but nothing new, no sir.
He is a little bit red in this picture.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that this night. That night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buckshot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buckshot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, you know, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm.
His arms are not moving at all, which is interesting.
The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
okay.
Fucking good enough.
Okay. If I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I don't, you know, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels, and you said you had to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have. Yes, I know what's missing from what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are, so I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and the person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said the Benelli's black, the Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that Paul
lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those.
Okay.
And that's, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
We're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Maggie, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
Okay.
And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gets another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells and multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, because that was
it was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas of 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There was and it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend, and I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I mean, I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when 18. April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January 17 is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and, and I had been convinced that this was something to do with the boat wreck and, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Did they ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
So she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had too much to drink. And it was a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisto?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent?
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up, and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone. say when I went up to him the first came out.
Yes. When popped out, when you go in for review.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back to when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner. You know, you just.
I mean, just a guess. You said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
$15, 20 minutes. However long it takes to. Best guess.
Okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had on that day you didn't see any long guns, rifles, or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say guns, rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both? Okay.
Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
It wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing. You go, you know.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No. I mean, he wasn't
No
into
limit, Tara.
ball as much.
You can own all you can afford. This is slow here, but at any moment they might ask a bombshell question.
Is your timeline? You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are or what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
Your question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, that's fair.
Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about. I think that's probably about right. And so, what do you believe? I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You're saying 5 to 5:30. I've gotten a card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left. That's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
She don't like staying out there by herself in the dark.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. Okay. But if I was, it wasn't long after that. Okay. So, I went I believe that I went straight home. So, you know, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. You know, more than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Did you go down the river?
We rode down all the roads. I believe that we. I mean, we rode all over. We rode all over.
We're now on to disc 3.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more. But with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I mean, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, I mean, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What other questions do you have that?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
It looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because I could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What? You said he thought he shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
Alex stated that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed ring, unless that's where one of the guns was. But you know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objection's overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you...
And how did they get down there? You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house.
Dana, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Welcome to the gallery. I am snacking on spicy maple bourbon pickles. Highly recommend it. Really looking forward to lunch too as well. Ready for a break any minute now.
Shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
That was my fault. I had the wrong one pulled up.
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
Because I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
Well, those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The HDD
and the Benelli. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
And he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the...
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but...
Yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Everybody's done.
Yeah.
David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot the first time?
Not long.
Does that mean?
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I got two guns. I got two different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
No, neither one of them suffered very long.
A matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything in Paul's phone that might lead to anybody? would be. Let me ask you this question. It comes from Randy. I feel like I need to talk to you about this, but it's okay. You know, they got a lot of friends in the community. You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, you know, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not promise, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff for investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand it.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
So David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or I know the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts and they come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet. Gotcha. But they're working, they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works, but this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One is OnStar, and the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report.
Sure. So you're just waiting for that?
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar.
Okay.
To see what kind of information they can give me.
Good.
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode.
Sure.
We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? You know, my thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it. I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone, I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex. iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative, who is now the authorized person, to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers, we get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I, talked about that before.
Yeah. Well, and I said I'd do it. Any of us can do it.
That's interesting. They basically say Alex would be the representative. Right?
Just somebody at a law firm.
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me. Or my brothers. But whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to... it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, if y'all will go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we can get that accomplished.
All right. Because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there. I can't think of anything else. Have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I just don't understand it. Look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shot? Either one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you're certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. If we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting that answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
When I asked you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them
at the house.
closer to them.
Yeah. No, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the grandsters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
you gotta ask the questions.
If I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and have y'all talked about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing? We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing, but we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure, because that was one of the things Paul,
practically saying CB did it.
when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there for just a short period named Matt Luce. Is that the first time you've heard his name?
The last name, yeah. I've heard that there was Matt.
Matt Luce. I think it's spelled L-U-C-E.
And he basically did what CB does now?
No,
or something?
He came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler?
Yeah, Junior.
Looks like the judge is getting ready to call a lunch break here. Just watching his body language. That's the only thing I'm interested in right now, body language.
Ken, the Tom Bowler born?
Yeah, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired, and they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that.
The judge is looking antsy here. He's watching.
Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Y'all didn't have it, but I can give it.
I mentioned body language, but it's just the judge's body language. I think he's hungry or needs to get a break. That's it. That's the only place I went, Richard. That's it. I think the lawyers do believe their clients. I think these ones do.
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
So David Owens left. Let's see. Here we go.
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Judge is like, don't we all? It's a break. I was careful, DMB. Really was. So now we all know that he's out using the restroom and we're waiting and none of us are timing him. Or if he comes back quick, none of us will judge him for not washing his hands.
Just text the guy to send it to me. He'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to ask questions about?
Well, I believe the lawyer would still try to do the best that they could to get the best outcome from their client. The state has to prove it still.
The pair of guns that you bought for the Christmas presents, they were matching set, correct, other than color. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision, scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Paul had put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
And that's the end of disc 3.
We're going to break for lunch. We'll return at 2:20.
All right, return at 2:20. That means we got an hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Was there something we wanted to do on lunch? Nicole, did you want to call and talk about anything? Let's see. We've been sort of quiet with this because this is brand new. None of us have seen this before. Didn't want to talk much over this and just sort of hear everything we could. Not a lot of bombshells yet. He does get confronted a little bit here with some information that he hadn't been confronted with before. Did the judge let the infidelity and opioid question come in? I saw on Twitter.
How long more is this video? All right. Okay. All right.
19
so you don't
minutes,
know.
20 minutes left.
You don't know, right? We'll be back at 2:20.
Okay. So we've got about 20 more minutes of video after lunch, it sounds like. Let's see. I'm ready for a break, Jet Set says. Let's see. I'm not sure if Nicole's still here. She might have had to pop out. Scrolling down, scrolling down. I'm not seeing Goodman Law Firm in chat. So maybe we'll see if we can catch up with her after the lunch break. All right, so we all deserve a break. I have to admit, I got hungry. You know, I did. I did it. I confess. I got hungry, and I sent my kids to the fridge and had them pick up some spicy maple bourbon pickles, which are right here. And as you can see, there are no pickles left. I don't know what happened to the pickles. There were pickles in here when I opened it, but now they're gone. Let's see. This last witness, this is David Owen. He's a SLED agent. Basically, he's testified a little bit about the investigation. A little bit. It's all stuff we've pretty much heard before. But mostly he testified about this last interview, the video we've been listening to, where he confronts Alec a little bit about what's going on and talks about the different guns and what's missing. And Alec doesn't mention the blackout being missing, and then says there were 2 guns, then there were 3 guns, and both changes the dates when they could be the second one went missing. So just some interesting stuff there. I don't know. I still have to wrap my head around it. I was sort of in a coma, in a hunger coma. If that's a thing. So I just ate the pickles. I'm just barely waking up here, so I'll probably have to get back to speed. That's almost believable. The pickles are gone. They're gone.
There's a lawsuit.
I'm a big fan of spicy maple bourbon pickles, if you don't know. If you're new here, we had pickles before anybody else did, but they were these spicy maple bourbon ones from Walmart, which are the best in the world. $3.84 at your local Walmart. Highly recommend them. They'll change your life. Blame Weather Watch for the missing pickles. Yeah, I think Nicole had to step away. We might be able to catch up with her if she wants to after lunch. How did SLED miss Maggie's wedding ring under the seat in her car? Leah, great question. The housekeeper found it pretty quickly, but SLED apparently missed it. Or maybe they found it and deemed it not significant and left it where it was. SLED's whole operating system relies on that's someone else's job. They do divide up the duties quite well there. Shells had the pickles on the sandwich. Alex stole the pickles from the pickle jar. It only takes one to hang a jury. Very, very likely outcome, a hung jury. I agree with fellow addicts this morning about Maggie's sister testifying to join getting shot with no context or video being admitted. All this proves is that he's deceptive. Most lawyers are. Still betting on a hung jury. I'll play the Boston shooter video. Somebody sent that to me, right? Let's see. I think that's right here. Nope, that's the different sound. Okay, who sent me the Boston shooter video? Was that Amber? Let's see. I'm not seeing the video here. Moment a man lunges at Buffalo mass shooter in courtroom during sentencing. Here we go. Just 1 minute. Let me pull that up. This might have some strong language in it. This is during sentencing, so not sure exactly how this is going to go down. Give me just a minute here.
Alex stole it as well.
Okay, let's see here. Not getting any audio. We'll play it again. There he goes. He charges. Where's the audio? Is that up here? Here we go. We're going to replay this to the back to the very beginning. Come on, come on, come on. It doesn't want to restart. I've got to load it up again. Here we go.
You gonna come to our city and decide you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in those neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do Let's go.
Okay, so that happened. A little bit of drama there. That was out of New York. A little crazy. The bailiffs were quick. There was no contact made between the defendant and the gentleman that rushed him. As a native upstate New Yorker, I'm letting you know Western New York, where Buffalo is nuts, says DMB. 4 out of 10 on the spicy level. Are we on lunch break in the courtroom? Yes, we are. We are, Melina, for sure. Still waiting for your link. Ivan, it's every time I try to load it up to, it says it fails to load. I mean, I've got it on my screen right here. You can see it. There's the hoodie. That's the hoodie. That's the one I'm trying to get for you. But it will not load. I've got to find some way to fix that. I will get you the link. I promise. Let's see. What do you say the spicy level is on the pickles? Army Mom, I have to admit, this jar of pickles, lit me up just a wee bit. It was hotter than normal, and I think I might have accidentally ingested one of the chili peppers in there, which I normally don't eat. I'm not the guy that that eats the chili peppers out of the bottom. But I think I got one of the chili peppers, or a piece of it, and it's pretty hot. It's pretty toasty. The pickles by themselves on a sandwich, though, just perfect. With anything else, it's just a mild heat. I did eat the whole jar, which is nice because this comes in a single serving size. This is what it is. But I did eat all those, so that might have contributed to how the heat was. He didn't even get close. No big deal. Yeah, he probably will get some charges. But that video was just that was earlier today, Gloria, out of New York, the sentencing for the Boston shooter. I think that was during victim statements, and the man rushed him from there. The bailiffs are big boys, but they are quick. That's cute. The tiny cop moved in first to take out the big guy charging. Yeah, he was in the direct path, and then that guy almost went through him. Victim impact statements are kind of a bad idea, I'm seeing. They're sort of important too, though, to the process. Try to right click and share with Ivan. Maybe it will share that way, or just send the image. This is a little miss. Oh, he wants the actual hoodie. That's what he wants. And that's what we're working on. I can eat pickled hot peppers every day. It's good for your connective tissues. I do eat them almost that often. Save the pickle juice to make vinaigrette. What if I just drink it, Ritz? Is that okay? Buffalo, not Boston. Sorry, I said Boston, huh? I searched Boston. Thank you for the correction, Douglas. I apologize. Something you guys are all correcting me here, and I messed up. And I was just ignoring the fact that you were correcting me. I'm sorry. I'm hungry still. The pickles were good, but they were not the best. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Great, Mags. I got it the first try. Angelina Knox says, Roxanne, I totally agree. We all have to live here, so let's make it work. Let's see. They moved from the house to the barn, the kennel. All right. It's time for lunch. That's what it is. It's past due. We've got about an hour before we're going to be back. Well, actually, about 45 minutes before we're going to restart. So you guys want to get some lunch ready, get some food. We'll take a little bit of break. I'm going to stop and reopen the live stream with a new window. Just know the first person in chat does get re-gifted the internet. We gave it away once already. Golden Mom did a great job with that this morning. Thank you so much, Golden Mom, for your service. But we're going to go ahead and unceremoniously just take that away and gift it to the next person who's first in chat. So if you would like it to be you, all you have to do is respond when the notification pops up that the new live stream is going to be available. Pop into chat and say just about anything. As long as YouTube doesn't filter out whatever you say, we'll go ahead and count that as your entry into the contest. And then the first person in chat does win the internet. So thank you. You guys have been amazing. For those who are not able to join us on the second half of today's live stream, please, when you go home tonight, hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And stay safe till we go live again, which will be at about 45 minutes. 45 minutes. We're going to finish up the majority of the state's presentation. They've got a little bit tomorrow, but we're almost done with the state's witnesses, and then we're going to go ahead and have them rest and turn it over to the defense, and then it's going to get exciting. Might even get spicy. You never know. Anyway, have great lunch. We'll see you guys. See you in a bit.